My list of injuries includes a concussion, a couple high ankle sprains, and then Velcro cuts and bruises. I'm bento boxer and I skate with Rat City Roller Girls. I moved to Seattle about 2 years ago for an AmeriCorps position, and partway through my term I aged out of being on my parents' insurance. So it was my first time looking for my own insurance. Don't know a ton about healthcare, so the Health Plan Finder made it really easy for me to fill out an application and just see what I qualified for. Really easy to use. When I actually had to use the insurance, I had a concussion about a year ago, so I had to use my insurance for that. Yeah, people may come to Derby expecting fishnets and fake fights, but we're actually really serious athletes and take the sport really seriously. Having health insurance makes me a lot less terrified every time I take the track.
here. What is it, our second bout this season, let's say 13? I'm going with
14.
13.
It's season 14. I'm
Excellent.
her fact checker. It's real-time fact checking. I'm not buying it. No one listen to Hammer unless he's sending you to the box.
All right, so we're not on lucky season 13. We are on awesome season 14, and I got to tell you, we are looking at a doubleheader here. Grave Danger versus Throttle Rockets is our first bout this evening. Later on, we are going to have a guest, a guest team from Dockyard Derby Dames. We'll talk about that later. I first want to give a shout out to all of our fantastic officials and NSOs helping out this weekend. Without the officials and the NSOs, this situation would not be happening. So I got to tell you, shout out to Sound Guardian, Del from Hell, Slash, Izzy Pop, Mike Hammer, Seymour Carnage, and Ump. As far as the folks on that white coats, we've got Read the Rules, 9 Inch Wheels, Gorham Brown Coat, Mama Chewy. Read the Rules again, Miss Red, Judgment Dana, Wizard of Laws, Tribbles, Tenacious D-Cup, Rome, and Santa. Thank you all for showing up.
We'd also like to thank our beautiful EMTs. Someday I will learn your names. Today is not that day unless you talk to me later, but I love you.
And you know what? We could definitely not do this without the EMTs.
No.
And speaking of what we can't do without people helping out, we probably couldn't have a bout without Grave Danger and Throttle Rockets. All right, yeah. So let's hear it for Grave Danger.
Number 10, Catamaran.
Number 123, Tia Bazara. Barraza.
127, Bento Boxer.
210, Castro.
24, Paramaniac.
Number 3, Thrasha Nova.
39, Carrie Watson.
Number 42, Meg for Mercy.
44, Shin Diesel.
Number 6, Creme Brute Lee.
7, Shanita Penalty.
And number 81, Ponyo Knees. Alrighty, that is your Grave Danger lineup for this evening. Next up, we have got the Throttle Rockets in the house.
.104 Scarlet Fever.
Number 131, Habeas Carcass.
1751 No Patience.
1859, Natural Selector.
253 and Smash Away.
At number 26, June Bot.
358 Ally McWheel.
Number 44, Evergreen Jean.
451 Blaze of Lori.
Number 76, Liberty Bell Ringer.
777 Olivia Prey.
And number 91, Tesla Coil. These are your Throttle Rockets. Alrighty, and for those of you keeping note at home, this is Mad Statter on the mic, joined by
Julia Sleazer.
Looks like Grave Danger is ready to roll. Alrighty, and Throttle Rockets are entering the track, so it looks like we are about ready to get this party started. All right, we've got Thrashinova donning the star for Grave Danger.
Liberty Bell Ringer is out there for Throttle Rockets. Penalties already being assessed. What do we got? Question mark.
Looks like Shanita Penalty got herself a forearm call.
Well, it's in her name.
Details, details.
Lead goes to Liberty Bell Ringer, but you can't really tell because Thrashinova and her friends are on her.
Yeah, that was some good jammer on jammer defensive action. Thrashinova bopping her to the outside, forcing her to recycle back. Looks like she might not have been able to get through that pack without a forearm call. So lead jammer status has been relinquished, and we are looking at a full 2-minute jam.
Oops, sorry. Cat sent to the box for a blocking counter to play. Power jam is over. If you notice, Liberty Bell Ringer back in the pack, meeting up with a full wall of Grave Danger in the back. I accidentally rhymed. I hate everything.
All right, so now both jammers are in scoring position. We've got a little bit less than half a minute left in this jam. 5 points on the board for the Throttle Rockets and Liberty Bell Ringer. Oh, nice inside line, wide open, making it a little bit easier for Liberty Bell Ringer to get through that pack.
Oh, my word. Another 5 points on the board for Liberty Bell Ringer. And 5 points matched by Grave Danger. So 5-10 jam in favor of the Throttle Rockets. So whose first game is this? Many of you. Welcome. I'll try to be like that much more explanatory just for you guys.
All right, Evergreen Jean wearing the star for the Throttle Rockets.
Bento Boxer for Grave Danger.
Evergreen Jean not even past the pivot point, forced to the outside, or forced to the inside, and forced then again to the outside to the back jammer line. Meanwhile, Bento Boxer has made her way through that pack and has been declared lead jammer.
Scarlet Fever doing her best to keep her back, doesn't quite do so.
For those who aren't familiar with the game, lead jammer means that person is able to call this jam off by tapping her hips if she thinks it's strategically optional.
I'm pretty sure last time it said name and 4 points on the board for Evergreen Jean. Just because she's lead doesn't mean she can't get points. Bento Boxer coming through. They picked up another 4 points. Now a 9-point jam in favor of Grave Danger.
This brings us to a tie score at the moment, although I believe that just changed with another 4 points on the board for the Throttle Rockets. And right there, as we see, the jammer tapped their hips, called that jam off.
Want to train smart, work hard, and get strong like our Rat City All-Stars? Check out Get Strong First, located here at the Rats Desk. Learn more at getstrongfirst.com. They have so many sponsors. Like, it did not get through them.
All right, Tesla Coil wearing the star for Throttle Rockets. Thrashinova wearing that star for Grave Danger. We've got a tight pack here that hasn't even passed the pivot line. Neither jammer getting much past that pack. All right, here we've got Tesla Coil able to find an open window on the outside of corner 4. Lead jammer has been declared Throttle Rockets.
Awesome. I don't know if you said anything. Just admit it before we got it. I know, dude. It's like a rough day for me. calling that jam off. It is a 0-0 jam. Some might call it a pointless jam. Others might call it a pointless jam. Depends on how you want to look at it, right? Huh? I'll wait for the beer garden to get on this, and I'll be much funnier later.
All right, a couple jammers that we have seen before. Liberty Bell Ringer up against Bento Boxer. We have got an empty penalty box, which means it is a full 5-on-5 on the track. Bunch of blockers trying to keep things organized. Bento Boxer decides to break that organization and get lead jammer status.
Bento did another smooth move through the pack. 4 points picked up, called it off before Throttle Rockets could even meet the back of the pack.
That is how you do it. You hit it and quit it, get a little bit of points, call that jam off, and let's start it anew. By the way, are you thinking that you're thirsty? Black Rock Coffee. They care about two things, people and coffee. Check out the only Black Rock Coffee bar in Seattle, located just down the street at 143rd and Aurora.
Creme Brulee out there for Grave Danger. No patience for Throttle Rockets.
I think this is the first time we've seen these jammers on the track today.
It's true.
All right, it looks like we got some penalties being called on the track. Blocker trying to help that jammer get off the track. It's called for a forearm. Jammer then gets back on the track illegally. Cut. So now we've got ourselves a power jam. Lead jammer status, Throttle Rockets. We have got ourselves a tumbling catastrophe here in corner 3, but that did not stop no patience. 5 points on the board, Throttle Rockets. We have got a 1-point game so far. And a wide open window on that inside line. Let Creme Brulee get through her initial pass. That was a 10-point jam for Throttle Rockets, bringing the score to 28. Grave Danger 22. We've got about 22 minutes left in this first half.
God doesn't need your soul, Thomas. Bento Boxer out there once again. Tesla coil for the Throttle Rockets. Setting
All right, lead jammer status has been declared. Tesla coil is that lead jammer. And it looks like we have a legal star pass with a brand new jammer for Grave Danger. I'm going to call her Pawn Your Knees.
Is that what it is? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I was like, that's what's her face, and I think she's Panya. I think you're right, dude. Did she change her fucking name? It's an official review called. I don't know what to make of it.
All right, well, during this official review, I'd like to remind you about Quality Athletics. We celebrate sport. Located in Pioneer Square, Quality Athletics is a full-service restaurant and bar, not your usual sports bar, but they have a large wood fire grill, a slushy and snow cone machine, a rooftop garden, an AstroTurf back bar, and an outdoor fire pit.
Hey, fire pits.
I like fire pits.
I like fire.
If they had umbrellas.
End of sentence. So Grave Danger has Shin Diesel, but you can see Vin Diesel in the new action movie XXX Return of Xander Cage. For your chance to win some sweet XXX loot and free movie passes, enter the contest on Rat City's Facebook page now by using your Google machine that you have in your pocket.
Google machines are awesome. We got some word on the track what that was all about. Looks like Grave Danger was trying to contest Throttle Rockets were trying to contest the cut on their jammer. Call stood. Oh, Grave Danger was the one who was contesting that call.
Somebody contested something and it didn't work out.
Exactly.
Grave Danger's Dot is gone. Goodbye, Dot. But hello, Castro.
And
Also,
hello, Liberty Bell Ringer.
Yeah. I'm going to leave out Liberty Bell so she won't talk to me anymore. It's cool. Like a psychic, Castro has lead jammer status. How funny is it to be named after psychotic dictators now?
All right, each team does have a blocker in the box. In fact, each team has their pivot in the box, so we're looking at 4-on-4 on the track. Grave Danger was able to eke 4 points out on that jam, bringing the score to 28 Throttle Rockets, 26 Grave Danger. Ooh, excuse me.
No, it's not 2. He's just really metal. It's 3.
My mistake, though. Throttle Rockets were able to put 3 points on the board this jam as well.
Got a box full of pivots. Says a 4-on-4 on the track, including jammers. We have Habeas Carcass for Throttle Rockets. Bento Boxer getting lead jammer status for Grave Danger.
Habeas Carcass not able to make it past the pivot line as of yet. Some brutal blocking by Grave Danger has forced her to the outside. Back to corner 4. Meanwhile, Bento Boxer on their way to earning some points for Grave Danger. Already put 5 points on the board. And another 5 points on the board for Grave Danger.
They're right there. They don't.
Alrighty, that was a 14-point jam for Grave Danger, bringing them up to 40 points this half. And Throttle Rockets still sitting at 35. It's a 5-point game with about 18 minutes left in this first half. So we're looking at a pretty tight score.
This my jam, because you do have time to listen to me whine about anything and everything all at once, or you do now.
Are you one of those melodramatic fools?
A bit.
Neurotic to the core? No doubt about it.
Yeah, it's fact. Have you seen my Facebook? Yeah, I don't know why anyone talks to me anymore.
All right, Tesla coil just past that pivot line behind a big old wall of black. Meanwhile, Creme Brute lead jammer status. Grave Danger about to put some more points on the board.
Oh, you're right. It's totally Timmy.
Black jammer to the box.
It's going to turn into a power jam for Creme Brute Lee, who also has lead jammer status, the most ideal of situations were you a jammer.
The real question is, do you keep power jamming for as long as the opposing jammer's in the box, or do you call it off for a power start for the next one?
Well, oh my, and then the out of play. Oh, nope, there's a forearms call. Gonna send you away to think about things. She is gonna call it off with just a few seconds. Throttle Rockets jammer trapped in the box. So I do want to point out we are doing a 50-50 raffle. Oh, I just saw them and they disappeared. Somewhere 2 guys in Puget Sound Outcast shirts exist. Oh, they're over here. Pointing. Oh, they're coming to me for no reason. I shan't buy from you, sir. So These are our guys.
All right, Pagnoni's wearing the star for Grave Danger. Currently only jammer on the track, trying to push her way through. Looks like she gets called off on a forearm just as she was breaking her way through that pack. My best guess is that forearm helped her break through. She is sent to the penalty box. Tesla Coil has since been released from that box, and they are trying to make their way through on that initial pass. Stuck between corners 1 and 2 with one last red blocker to go. Lead jammer status, Tesla Coil, and Throttle Rockets. This is exactly the type of momentum shift Throttle Rockets are needing to chip down that point differential. All right, it looks like the blockers have kept Tess pretty well contained until now. We've got 5 points on the board for the team in black, thanks to Tesla Coil. All right. Ponyo has been released from that box, made her way through on her initial pass. Didn't quite get any points. 2 more points on the board for the Throttle Rockets, bringing them to a 7-point jam. We've got 42 points for the team in black, 55 points for the team in red. And I'm going to go out on my knees and say that's a 13-point differential.
All right, so I've located the 50-50 raffle guys. They're on this side right now. What 50-50 means is you win half and Puget Sound Outcast keeps the other half, which is Seattle's men's roller derby team, ranked number 5 on the actual planet, perhaps the universe.
But we don't know about the scene, the derby scene on Mars, so we cannot say for sure if it's the universe.
Yeah, if they're anything like South America, they could show us up. Liberty Bell Ringer's got lead jammer status right now for the Throttle Rockets.
Thrash and Nova hot on her tail, just about ready to start scoring some points for Grave Danger. Looks like Grave Danger was able to get 2 points on the board, matching Throttle Rockets 2.
I like how they came over to me. I'm like, don't get the fuck back up. Because me and Mo's like unafraid. Something's amiss.
All right, it looks like we've got an official timeout.
Oh my. I blame Mike Hammer.
I blame the scorekeepers
Ooh.
because they want to make sure it's right.
Can you assess referees' penalties for abusing other volunteers? Because I'd like to call an official review for the announcers.
They ignored us, but that's okay.
No, that's cool. I'm used to it. They're men, are they not? Sip slash, I know.
No comment.
I'm hip. It's all good. Yeah, crickets. It's all good. Please see my life for more details.
All right, well, if you like what you are seeing here on the track, if you wanted to be a Rat City Roller Girl, they have monthly tryouts. Next one will be March 4th, so mark that on your calendar.
Oh, yes.
And did you know that there's 3 levels of training before you can even be drafted onto a home team?
I had no idea.
If you want to learn how to skate, email Fresh Meat at Rat City Roller Girls for more information.
Bento Boxer out again. Liberty Bell Ringer also out again. I'd like to introduce myself.
Jammer standing.
All right, so far it is still a power jam for Bento Boxer and Grave Danger. Lead jammer status has been declared to Bento. Liberty Bell Ringer has been released from the box. Bento knows this because they can see Liberty Bell Ringer right in front of them. Bento then swirls around and gets 4 more points for getting past that pack. 4 points, Grave Danger.
That's off.
Bento having a rough time getting past No Patience, having to let her go. 5 more points on the board for Grave Danger.
Excellent track recognition by Liberty Bellringer. Almost bopped to the inside, but she knew she wasn't. Then she got bopped to the inside, and then she knew she was.
Ooh, narrowly through. Liberty Bellringer picks up 4 points at the last few seconds. A 12-4 jam in favor of Grave Danger, who still has lead 69-48, just under 12 minutes left in this half. How you guys doing over in the beer garden? That's pretty good for only 15 minutes into the game. I mean, keep up the good work. You're my favorites. Also, if you didn't know there's a beer garden, please keep making your way towards the back of the building because that's where we keep the beer.
That's where the beer garden grows. All right, we have got a forearm call for Creme Brulee, Grave Danger's jammer, which leaves a potential power jam situation for Evergreen Jean, who has been declared lead jammer.
Play some new order extended cut Nazi punch. I know, right? Yeah. You just didn't have to be like
Running behind.
Yeah, I've danced to all 7.5 minutes multiple times, sir.
All right, Evergreen Jean accidentally cut that track, or at least I'm going to assume it was an accident, sent to the box. This means it is a power jam for Creme Brulee and Grave Danger.
Oh my. How the tables have turned. Creme Brulee, 5 points on the board.
Black jammer standing.
Low block being called on Habeas Carcass. Box is popular today.
All right, Creme Brulee exited that box and got 5 more points to put on the board. 10 points so far for Grave Danger. 5 more points on the board by Evergreen Jean for Throttle Rockets.
That is the natural conclusion of the jam. 1 more point for Throttle Rockets, 3 more points for Grave Danger. A timeout of sorts has been called.
Looks like we might have an official review in the house.
I see.
Yes. Oh.
Pure Coffee, creating strong, clean, beautiful coffee using only perfectly sourced beans, filtered water, and attention to detail. That's Pure Coffee.
Do you ever wonder what happens to these women and folks and men and derby players who have injuries after they've been skating? They might visit a place like Advanced Manual Therapy and Sports Rehabilitation, staffed with an advanced team of sports, orthopedic, and manual therapy specialists who offer leading-edge skills in assessment, treatment, and individualized planning for return to competition or just daily activities. Advanced Manual Therapy and Sports Rehab. Does watching Derby make you realize that you're just sick of it? You're sick of it all. You're sick of your job. Ready for a new career in the tech industry? Start your tech career with Dev Bootcamp, where curious beginners learn full-stack web development in 19 weeks. Visit devbootcamp.com to learn more about the original immersive coding school and their new Seattle campus.
I literally feel like this shout out is a sign to me because you know what I'm sick of?
Your job.
Oh my God. But
Coach-
also, like, coding is incredibly useful, and I used to enjoy doing it when I was younger, and then I went to college, and I was like, I'll be a professor. No,
Well,
you won't.
At
Okay?
at Dev Boot Camp, you can code yourself a meaningful career.
Yeah. I'm going to do that. I'm giving strong consideration. So Throttle Rockets were looking for an insubordination on one of the Grave Danger skaters for not leaving the track in a timely manner, but these referees have decided she did leave the track in an appropriate amount of time, so they've lost their official review, and you'll notice Shane in the box.
So everybody lost their official review this half. Both
But-
teams thought they knew what was up, but they didn't.
It's okay, because they get one per half, I think.
They'll get him back next half. Meanwhile, we have got Catamaran, a fresh jammer for Grave Danger, declared lead jammer, and then sent off the track for a back block call. Lead jammer has been relinquished, and this jam will go for the full 2 minutes. Tesla Coil has made her way through on that initial pass, and Throttle Rockets are hoping to put some points on the board. Excellent work by Natural Selector trying to open a hole for her jammer.
But is also going to land her a penalty. It was a forms penalty called by Del from Hell, who's also sending off Natural Selector for blocking counter to play. 5 points for Throttle Rockets, 4 points for Grave Danger.
Throttle Rockets are sitting on some penalties here that is definitely affecting their ability to keep Grave Danger's jammer in check. That's something they're probably going to want to work on over the half. Get themselves a little bit under control, maybe not so much penalty action. Catamaran, 4 points on the board, bringing Grave Danger to 90.
It's 5 more points brought to you by Cat.
All right, that was a 16-point jam for Grave Danger, 9-point jam for Throttle Rockets. We've got about 7 minutes left in this first half. Bento Boxer wearing the scar for a Grave Danger. Liberty Bell Ringer, another familiar jammer wearing the star for Throttle Rockets. All right, Throttle Rockets have been declared lead jammer. That is, Liberty Bell Ringer has been declared lead jammer for the Throttle Rockets. A wall of 3 in the red zone is trying to block her from earning those points. But she was able to eke one out. 1 point Throttle Rockets, no points Grave Danger.
Grim Brute Lee out there for Grave Danger. Natural Selector for Throttle Rockets. Not an easy pack to get by, but Natural Selector is going to get lead jammer status. A star has been passed to Ponyanese. So for those of you who do not know, there are decisive times, such as when your team does not have lead jammer, that you can actually take off the star and hand it to your pivot. And that's the only person you can hand it to. And then they can put it on. And then they're the jammer, and they pick up where you left off point-wise.
You can do it if you're lead jammer, too. It's just very
You can. It's
poor
just
strategy.
Dumb. I mean, I'm not here to tell you what to do. But that was a correct, in my opinion. Good work with that star pass, y'all. Everybody's doing great.
Thrashanova wearing the star for Grave Danger. Once again, Liberty Bell Ringer wearing the star for Throttle Rockets. Thrashanova able to break her way through that pack before the pack even makes it past the pivot line. Lead jammer status, Grave Danger, and Thrashanova.
Black is out, no lap. No change.
All right, they were able to get 4 points on the board, decided it was time to call this jam off. Breaking the century mark, Grave Danger is at 102. Throttle Rockets are sitting at 66.
So Statter, we started off seeing a pretty tight game, but we're getting a pretty wide differential now. Not as wide as some of you have seen, but 102 to 66. I'm going to do it. Still anyone's game.
It is still anyone's game, but I do think that the penalty count on Throttle Rocket's side might be a factor in this score differential.
And not to judge, just looking at the screen. Tesla Coil of Bento Boxer out there. Bento Boxer takes lead at jammer status for Grave Danger. So this has been inside some oak.
Huh.
Yeah.
Might be
That empty penalty box means it is a little bit of a stickier wicket for the jammers to get through. Oh, as soon as I said it, we've got a cutting call on one of the Throttle Rockets being sent to the box. Meanwhile, Bento Boxer has put 5 points on the board for Grave Danger. They are approaching the back of that pack, just dancing around that wall of black that was waiting for them.
Bento just finds that hole, gets right through it. 5 more points on the board for Grave Danger. Woo! They're just sliding through that pack like it's not even there, calling it off.
14-point jam for Grave Dangers, 0 points for Throttle Rockets, even though they tried to get a brand new fresh-legged jammer with a legal star pass. Grave Danger did call the jam off before Throttle Rockets were able to put any points on the board.
Still gold stars for Throttle Rockets.
I love a
A for
beautifully
effort.
executed star pass.
No, it was beautiful. All right, Ponyanese up against No Patience. Panya's first time out as a jammer tonight, not via Star Pass, taking lead jammer status.
All right, 4 points on the board. No Patience and the Throttle Rockets.
Panya slipping on through. 4 points also on the board for Grave Danger.
Panya had to work real hard for those 4 points, though. That took her a quick minute.
No, I'm not particularly envious of the jammers tonight because these packs have been a heck of a time to get through, as my great-great-grandmother may say. But through it, No Patience, got no time for your body. She gonna knock him down. 5 more points, a 13-point jam currently for Throttle Rockets. That's gonna call for Ponyanese to call that business off.
I do believe that a 13-point jam just might be the biggest jam for the Throttle Rockets so far this evening.
Let's say sure.
I think that's awesome.
I'm gonna say sure. Yeah, no, it's a great jam. Oh, it's 12. Still a great jam.
But I like Lucky 13 better.
Well, it's almost lucky 12. 8 to 12. At least they're divisible by 4. Am I right, guys? No? All right. 124 to 78. We are whiling down the time. This will be the last jam in this half.
Creme Brulee wearing the star for Grave Danger. Liberty Bell Ringer wearing the star for Throttle Rockets. Both jammers stuck behind the opposing wall. Not really even able to make it past the apex between corners 2 and 3 until right now. Creme Brulee, number 6 in red, lead jammer.
There has been a star pass to Natural Selector on the Throttle Rockets.
Finally able to get past that last set of hips. 4 points on the board for Creme Brulee. Natural Selector racing up to get some more points. Meanwhile, 4 points on the board. She's crawling to get more points? Okay.
All right, that's going to take us to halftime right now. Grave Danger 132, Throttle Rockets 82. I will update you on that 50-50 raffle momentarily, but it appears that Tim and Kieran are headed to the beer garden where you may consider going. So if you want to buy tickets for that, that's where they'll be for just a few minutes. Our penalty count as we go into the second half. Throttle Rockets 19, Grave Danger 14, so we're pretty close on that. Nobody's in terrible danger at this point. I'll see you in 9 minutes.
I have had a concussion. I've had a double knee sprain. I've had so many bumps and bruises. I currently can't sit down on my right side. My health insurance has helped me through every single one of those. I'm abominable and I skate with the Rat City Roller Girls in Seattle, Washington. In order to skate, you have to have your own health insurance. The Washington Health Plan Finder is what allowed me to start skating. Without it, I wouldn't have had the insurance that is required to play roller derby. It was really easy to use. I was expecting insurance to be this convoluted thing that would take hours and days out of my life. But with going online, filling it out, and they have advocates that are there to get on the phone if you have any sort of issue, it was really easy. When I didn't have my own health insurance, I was rationing out how much risk I could take. I couldn't skate roller derby, but it also limited how much I was willing to fight or what I was willing to try. I'd say if you don't have health insurance, get it and come play roller derby.
Are we back? Ah, we're back.
You can hear us yet.
Yay.
All right, well, as you can tell, halftime has been over, which means snack bar situation probably doesn't have any lines. So if you're feeling hungry, head on over to that snack bar. They've got plenty of food and drink.
I suppose I would like to say hello to Christopher Walken. Apparently.
Hi there,
Thanks for
Christopher
coming
Walken.
out. He was waving at me. Everybody else is like, go home. All right, we got that 5-second call. We are about to get back underway. Starting off, Grave Danger at 132, Throttle Rockets at 84. What will we see has changed after halftime? All right, what we're seeing is a slow pack start. Thrashanova going to take lead at jammer status.
All right, 5 points on the board for, 4 points on the board. I imagined a thumb. 4 points on the board, bringing Grave Danger to 136. Familiar matchup of jammers on the line. Bento Boxer, Liberty Bell Ringer. Looks like we've got an empty penalty box. Means
Yay.
a full 5-on-5 on the track. All right, Liberty Bellringer hitting that wall up front so hard she brought herself to her own knees. Bento Boxer stuck in the middle of a 4-pack of black in the back. Oh my, I didn't mean to rhyme like that. Liberty Bellringer, lead jammer status, Throttle Rockets. Oh, excellent inside line, calling it off, and 4 points on the board for Throttle Rockets, keeping Grave Danger to 0. This is exactly the type of strategy the team in black needs to chip away at that point differential. Natural Selector wearing the star for Throttle Rockets. Creme Brulee wearing that star for Grave Danger. Looks like the penalty box timers have nothing to do.
That's all right. Everybody needs a break. First
Penalty
half
bo-
was rough.
First half was rough.
Oh, it's Creme Brulee's got a lead jammer status for Grave Danger.
That was a wide open window on the inside. All right, last jam it was 4 points on the board for black. This jam it's 4 points on the board for red. Little bit of trivia. Did you know that some of these skaters got their start only a year ago? If you want to start your roller derby journey, the Pinkies program can teach you all about the fundamentals of derby. Check our social media feed or email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls for more information. Maybe one day you can be like Shanita Penalty, jamming for Grave Danger with lead jammer status. All right, it looks like we have a penalty for Grave Danger. Shanita Penalty, she's sitting in the box. Throttle Rockets jammers still trying to make her way past that final red wall.
Got another tight pack here at turn 3. No Patience trying to bust her way through. It's going to be Shanita penalty, though. Coming through, 4 points for Grave Danger.
All right, so even though we've got teammates telling the other teammate to call it off, there's no way that you can call it off. No one's got lead jammer, so it's a full 2-minute jam. 5 points on the board for Shanita penalty and Grave Danger.
You can yell call it off because it's fun to call it off, but if they accidentally call it off, it's a penalty. Still.
I don't know if the rule, I thought,
Did it change?
I feel like in the new rule set, it might have changed.
Really?
But I might be making that up, so don't quote me on it, because I make stuff up, because I do that sometimes. Throttle Rockets were able to put 5 points on the board, bringing them to 93. Throttle Rockets almost on the verge of breaking that century mark. Tesla Coil on the line. Up against Bento Boxa.
I have confirmation from the smartest people I know. It's still a penalty if you accidentally call off the jam. So yelling's fun. Don't act.
I told you not to listen to me.
Nah, I don't. And that's fine. We're still friends. Bento Boxer has lead jammer status. But what's new? Right?
There's new rules
I
that I don't know.
I feel like every time Bento's been out, they've been lead. Those are not the stats in front of me, so I'm going off of my memory, which is dodgy at best.
Mine is worse, and I think you're right. So probably means you're not.
Do you have any idea how long it took me to find my pants to get here?
Oh, that's so funny because I almost left without putting on my dress.
We are not examples of humans you should be. Bento is, though. That's a 9-point jam. Grave Danger, 3 points for Throttle Rockets, 163 to 96. Just over 23 minutes left in the game.
If you're wondering how quality people such as myself got to be here, Rat City is a completely volunteer run. If your business would like to help out, contact and find out what sponsorship package would work. All right, Creme Brulee, lead jammer status for Grave Danger. Natural Selector, wearing the jammer star for Throttle Rockets. Not quite able to make any points on the board. 4 points for Grave Danger, 167 to 96. Throttle Rockets are eking towards that century mark. Ponyo Knees wearing the star for Grave Danger. And the familiar Liberty Bell ringer for the Throttle Rockets. Empty penalty box means both jammers are going to have to work extra hard to get through their opposing walls. And they decided to build a wall on the jammer line. Neither jammer able to even make it through the red wall. Not even the red jammer. All right, so it looks like there was a little bit of an opening on the inside line of corner 1. Ponyo decided, I can squeeze through that.
Sure.
I'm not so sure she decided it as much got pushed through with the momentum of the pack, actually, but she made it work for her.
Nah.
Actually, what happened is she made it look like she didn't do any work, but that's what good jammers do.
Which is why you'll never see me jam.
All right, just 3 points on the board for Grave Danger, but they were able to hold Throttle Rockets to 0. Sometimes that's what you've got to do.
All right, that 50-50 raffle right now is at 244. I'll allow you to math in your own brain what half of that is. They're coming back from this side, which is this side. So if you want to get in on this 50-50 raffle, half of it goes to you, half of it goes to Puget Sound Outcast Derby, the Washington, kind of northern Washington's area men's roller derby team. Give them your money.
All right, Tesla, Coil, and Creme Brulee wearing the stars for their respective teams. It looks like Creme Brulee was able to make it out of the pack first for lead jammer status. Grave Danger. Once again, that penalty box is empty, which means it is that much more difficult for those jammers to get through. All right, 5 points on the board for Grave Danger and Creme Brulee. Looks like we had some kind of star pass situation. Evergreen Jean is now your jammer of record for Throttle Rockets. And 4 more points on the board by the team in red. Wow, that was a brutal fight through the pack. Both jammers get through, and then jammer offense on jammer offense. Bash to the floor. That's right, those jammers don't care. They know how to be blockers too. 4 points on the board for Throttle Rockets, which brings them to the century mark. Everyone give a shout out for Throttle Rockets hitting 100. Yeah! Woo!
Thrashanova out there for Grave Danger. No patience for Throttle Rockets.
It is like a rugby match between the pivot and the jammer lines there. I almost feel like someone's going to tackle somebody else. All right, we have got a cut call for Thrashanova. We've got a forearm call for No Patience. Both those jammers were naughty players. This means this jam is going to go for the full 2 minutes. Nobody gets to call it off. It is going to be an endurance jam. Maybe the jam timer will make the jam go for 3 minutes just for funsies.
Throttle Rockets up front, making friends with Thrashanova. It's going to be No Patience called off for a track cut.
So Thrashanova's got the power jam situation going on. However, Throttle Rockets are not giving her any quarter, making her work for it. Allie McWheel definitely doing her best to keep her back.
Over a minute and a half has gone by in this jam, and nary a point has been scored.
Yeah, these teams are pretty well matched in their capabilities, without a doubt. The score doesn't necessarily reflect their even matching, but this jam sure does. 5 points on the board for Grave Danger. And we've got 4 more points on the board for Grave Danger. Throttle Rockets not able to get any points. Jam comes to its natural conclusion. That was a 9-point jam for Grave Danger. Full 2-minute jam, only 9 points were scored. That is a testament to the type of defense success both teams were showing this jam.
Word.
Lots of words.
I just had the one.
Catamaran trying to ram her way through for lead jammer status. Grave Danger. All right, first to score this jam, Throttle Rockets, 4 points. Broken the century mark at 104 points, thanks to Liberty Bell Ringer. Wide open window, another 4 points, no, 5 points on the board for Throttle Rockets. Kat was able to make her way through for 4 points, decides, I've got lead jammer status, let's call this thing off. All right, each team's got someone in the box, so it's a 4-on-4 on the track. Quickly, Throttle Rockets have been declared lead jammer. Meanwhile, Creme Brulee bopped her way through ahead of Throttle Rockets. No points on the board because Throttle Rockets decided we're just going to call this one off.
Not interested. Just don't have time for this business.
It's a mulligan. Let's just start over.
Nope. Let's just do it again. Let's just do it again. Tesla Coil facing off against Shanita Penalty.
Once again, that empty penalty box means headaches for the jammer. Throttle Rockets Tesla Coil's got no headache. She's just got lead jammer status. Brutal hit to the outside by No Patience. Sends Shanita tumbling to the outside. Outside line between corners 2 and 3. Forced to recycle back almost all the way to corner 1. Oh, that's got to be a heartbreaking maneuver.
Tesla Coil calling off that jam after picking up 3 points. Bringing the Throttle Rockets up to 112. Grave danger at 197. 13 minutes left in this game.
If you're watching this bout and want to know how to play Derby, Rat City offers a program called Pinkies. It's designed to teach you how to skate and get you in Derby-ready conditions so you can try out for a home team. Check the social media feeds or email Freshmeat at Rat City Roller Girls for more info. All right, Natural Selector has been declared lead jammer for Throttle Rockets. Meanwhile, Ponyo Knees is wearing the star for Grave Danger. Empty penalty box means everybody's got a hard time getting through that pack. Throttle Rockets calls it off with 2 points on the board, bringing them to 115 points, keeping Grave Danger to 0 in this particular jam. Some familiar faces on the line, Creme Brulee and Liberty Bell Ringer, wearing the stars for their respective teams. Empty penalty box still. Hardly any more penalties since the halftime's begun. Excuse me, the halftime ended. Creme Brulee, Grave Danger, lead jammer status. All right, and we've got 4 points on the board for Grave Danger. They have beaten that double century mark with 2:01, but we've also got a matching 4 points on the board for Throttle Rockets and Liberty Bell Ringer. This is a 4-4 jam so far. All right, that's an excellent defensive move by the jammer. 4 points on the board by Creme Brulee. Ooh, Watson, excellent shoulder hit to Liberty Bell Ringer, forcing her to the outside corner.
3 more points on the board for Throttle Rockets. 5 more for Grave Danger. A 13-7 jam, 210 to 122 with just about 10 minutes left in the game. Sending out Castro.
I don't know if we've seen Castro jamming, not this half at least.
Question mark. Couldn't find my pants earlier, I'm just saying. Sure.
Fairly certain we've seen No Patience on the jammer line several times this evening. And she's been declared lead jammer. Yeah, she knows what she's doing. Oh yeah, I've jammed before.
There has been a star pass to the pivot, which is number 3, Thrashanova.
I feel like we've seen Thrashanova wearing the star before. All right, Throttle Rockets were able to get 2 points on the board. Grave Danger wasn't able to get any. This is exactly the type of chipping away that Throttle Rockets like to do.
An official timeout being called. And brought to you by One Magician's Dark Secret. A room full of puzzles and clues. 70 minutes to solve the thrilling mystery of Lucurios, The Vanishing Act, Seattle's premier escape room adventure. Lucurio offers immersive experiences for you and your friends, family, or coworkers. Visit them at lucurio.com, which is LOCURIO.com, to book your adventure today.
No, probably not. No, you just totally did. I said it wrong. I said it wrong. All right, so while the refs discuss what it is they need to talk about, I'd like to ask you, look at these amazing teams. Who's on your Derby Dream Team? Tell us in our Facebook post and you could win some sweet movie loot. I'm just taking it as right, the other back page. This is why I'm trying to get some of them in. All right, we've got some familiar faces wearing the star for each team. Bento Boxer wearing the star for Grave Danger. Natural Selector wearing the star for Throttle Rockets. And guess what? Natural Selector has been declared lead jammer.
Woo! Slick. She is through. 5 points for Natural Selector Throttle Rockets. There has been a star pass once again to Pagnanese. I think it's their 3rd star pass for the evening. Gonna get that called off. A 7-point jam for Throttle Rockets. 131 to Grave Dangers. 210. If you want to sponsor Rat City Roller Girls, we'd love to hear from you. Just email sponsorship@ratcityrollergirls.com for more information. No, that's what it's. I was like, this is a really good song, and somebody's like, it's about killing people for their. Very catchy. Right. Very catchy. I don't know what to do right now. Creme Brulee taking lead jammer status for Grave Danger. No such luck for Tesla Coil.
Five points for the team in red.
There has been a star pass black to No patience, but is called off way before she meets the back of the back. Another 5 points on the board for Grave Danger, 220 to 131.
Wide open penalty box means 5-on-5 on the track. Some familiar faces wearing the Jammer Star.
Just so you guys know, this super catchy song is about killing people for their shoes. I don't know if you're into that, but if you are, here's your jam. Speaking of jams, Liberty Bell Ringer out there with Shanita penalty. Liberty is going to be pulled back, but not as far away as you might think. Meeting up at the wall of Grave Danger. In the meantime, Shanita up front playing with a wall of throttle rockets.
Oh, that was some serious strength, pushing past that 3-wall. That 3-wall did not want to give up, so much so one of them got an out-of-play penalty for keeping Shanita from getting past their hips. Shanita has been declared lead jammer. Looks like Paramaniac's been sent to the penalty box for a direction of gameplay violation. Five points on the board for Grave Danger. That took almost a minute and a half to get any points on the board. I got to tell you, I would not want to be a jammer in this jam. 4 more points thanks to Shanita penalty on the board for Grave Danger. All right, Evergreen Gene put 4 points on the board for Throttle Rockets. Unable to get any other points, though.
Team timeout called by the Throttle Rockets.
Do you want to give the gift of Derby? Sign yourself or a loved one up for our new Pinkies program. Starting now, you could launch your Derby journey with Rat City. Contact Fresh Meat at ratcityrollergirls.com for more information.
Conversely, this song is not about killing people for their shoes. It's about a young boy's love for someone.
And counting to 3.
Do, re, mi, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, baby, you and me. I don't care. I don't care, Mike Hammer. Mike Hammer makes fun of me singing, but I'm okay at it. He's not. What now? So I saw they tried to start a wave over here, and y'all stalled it. Restart that wave and force them into your wavedness.
All right, Pagnoni's lead jammer for Grave Danger. Natural Selector trying to make it through on her initial pass. Still stuck in the corner 1 just past the pivot line.
Track cut being called on Punish as we headed up to the box. A power jam now for Natural Selector. Woo! And it's going to be Jammer Switcheroo. Now no one has lead. Hope you're proud. Should be proud, though.
All the jammers got a cut penalty or some kind of penalty.
We all get penalties now and then, do we not? I'm assessing the middle of the crowd a no wave penalty for you let it die there, but that's fine. Panya still heavy hitting 5 points for Grave Danger.
No patience trying to get her out, but nope. Ponyo decides, I I can handle that. 5 points on the board for Grave Danger.
She's wiggling around. Star Pass has been given to no patience on Throttle Rockets. In the meantime, Panya Knees, just feeling a little bit tired. Got that track cut. Are you just playing songs so I'll sing now?
Hey.
Mike came by, he's like, you're on the mic. I was like, I don't care anymore. Fuck off with that. I can pour rum right into the beer. What are you gonna do? Still a mixed drink, isn't it?
All right, we have got ourselves a timeout for the Throttle Rockets. Maybe you're hungry. Maybe it's time to go check out the snack bar. It's over in the corner by the chalkboard.
Y'all,
Yummer stuff.
that pizza's worth your time.
The pizza smelled like it was worth my time.
It was. I took 2 pieces of pizza, and they liked each other so much, I put them on top of each other, and then I ate them together.
But you know, if you are not into pizza, we have empanadas, and more.
What?
Again, here with a range of food. Try their empanadas, sandwiches, nachos, or cannolis. They are out in the lobby, so shout out to Empanadas and More for their special Rat City menu tonight. You can pick up their food in the lobby. Like I just said, there is even vegan food available for sale tonight. Ask for the SFIJA. I don't know how to pronounce this.
Sfija. I'm just going to take a guess.
What is it?
What do you got, Jill? Nope, she's not laughing at us. Never mind. I'm calling it Sfija. Okay. I'm used to being made fun of. Evergreen Jean out there for a power start. See what she gonna do with it. She's gonna take lead jammer status 1. So she's taking control of the situation. I admire that. She's coming through, picking up 5 points for the Throttle Rockets.
Wow, that momentum took her to the outside line, which happened to be wide open. 4 more points for Evergreen Jean and the Throttle Rockets. All right, and Ponyonese has exited that penalty box, finished her initial pass. Evergreen Jean's got 4 more points on the board, bringing this to a 13-point jam for the Throttle Rockets. It looks like we've got 5 more points on the board. All right, this is a 23-point jam for Throttle Rockets and Evergreen Jean. I gotta say, a best of my memory says this is the highest jam of the evening. We've already found out that my memory is not correct, but at 28 points for this jam, I think I might be. 28 points, Evergreen Jean. Throttle Rockets up to 167. This is a momentum shift of unbelievable nature. Oh my goodness. 4 points on the board for Grave Danger, but this was a 28-point jam for the Throttle Rockets. 167-243. Alrighty, we have got ourselves a timeout again, and let me tell ya, it is cold and chilly outside. Maybe you should cuddle up this winter with luxurious bedding from Bedrooms and More. Their line of washable wool products is naturally moisture wicking and temperature regulating to keep you comfortable through the night. No more sticking your foot out from under the covers, leaving you vulnerable to monsters. Bedrooms and More, located in Wallingford on 45th and Latona.
So as we while our time away, who's here for Grave Danger? Who's here for the Throttle Rockets? I'll give you one more chance, Grave Danger fans. Who's it? I'm going to call it a tie.
All right, familiar faces wearing the Jammer Star, Creme Brulee, Tesla Coil. Empty penalty box. Full 5-on-5 on the track. Pack hasn't even made it past the pivot line. Just barely made it past the pivot line.
Don't stop cheering for her. She won't know to go. Oh, never mind.
Oh, Throttle Rockets forearm call sends the Jammer to the penalty box. Creme Brulee lead Jammer status, Grave Danger. Phenomenal offense work by the red pivot.
Ooh, buddy.
Thrashanova trying to open up some windows for her Jammer. Able to get 2 final points on that board. Our unofficial score looks to be 245-168 in favor of Grave Danger. All right, that has been finalized. So we are looking at 245-168. That's right.
You can make your way trackside because these ladies will give out free high fives. Usually you have to pay for them, but not today.
It's a February
Walk
special.
in. Get to an appropriate level. Walk in. Bring it down. No one follow that man anywhere. So congratulations to Grave Danger. Thank you so much to Throttle Rockets. We are going to go to a slight intermission. In the meantime, you can still enjoy our snack bar, the empanada stand in the lobby. Beer is always good. Get you some beer.
Absolutely. We've got pizzas, we've got beers, we've got empanadas, we've got sandwiches, we've got chips, all sorts of yumminess. So feel free to check out all of our vendors, both in the lobby and in the corner in the back. Thanks so much.
the visiting team. The Femfianas first.
Alrighty, the team in green, Femfiana. We have got number 0, Polly Pocket Knife.
002, Cindy Lou Smack You.
1221, Slay Bow Bright.
17, Red Rager.
1962, Connie Pinko.
21, Penetration.
Number 27, Alienator.
480, Sister Slaughter.
Number 5, Lil Mean Sunshine.
58, Hannibal Decker.
7399, Chronic Tush.
8, Mama de los Muertos.
Number 80, Ali Catastrophe.
And last but not least, 808, Vida Loca.
These are your Femfiana.
All right, for the competitors, Rat City Roller Girls presents to you the Socket Winches.
Alrighty. Wonderful home team, Socket Winches, number 11, Flow Motion.
1-4, Mow Ya Down.
Number 16, Ellie Like.
2-6, Oh So Final.
3, Chairman Mouse.
3-6, Sunshiner.
363, Nona Larson.
440, Clobber and Mame.
Number 5, Cher Noble.
611, He Miyatoma.
Number 666, Devil Inside.
667, Roasted Pony.
And number 669, Betsy Rexy. These are your Rat City Roller Girls Socket Winches.
And now Derby season has really begun.
I don't mean to be all judgmental and everything, but this is pretty much the best intro song for Derby ever. Fat Bottom Girls, they make the Derby world go round.
Well, now I know that I won't be playing Derby, for my butt has gone away.
My butt is enough for your butt. Don't you even
I'll
worry.
borrow some butt, and I'll hit y'all with it.
I got extra butt you can borrow, and I'll still have enough for me. Alrighty, so for those of you who might be familiar with the Rat City Roller Girls, you maybe recognize the coach for the Femfiana for Dockyard Derby Dames. That is right, former head referee Sir Osis coaching the visiting team. So even though he's not wearing stripes, he still knows what's up.
I did promise to narrate his every move tonight, so right now, Osis is being pensive. On the line, Polly Pocket Knife for Femfiana, Roasted Pony for Socket Winches. Roasted Pony is going to take lead jammer status. Osis does not mind.
Yeah, we've got ourselves a cut call for Roasted Pony. So she's going to make a full lap before she heads to the box. And as Sleazer pointed out, we have got ourselves lead jammer status for Femfiana and Polly Pocket Knife.
Ooh, Betsy Rexy and Al not letting it go until they get that out of play call. Oh, but Betsy, good day, miss.
Good call,
day.
ref.
Yeah,
That
you can go either way. It's up to you, man.
That was a good call, ref, though, because that was kind of out of play. At least that was my opinion. 5 points on the board for the visiting Femfiana and Polly Pocket Knife. Looks like we've got another 5 points on the board, bringing them to 10. Green team, 10, Polly Pocket Knife.
Power Jam is finished. Roasted Pony is back in play. That jam called a 14-point jam for the Fiona.
Fiona kicking ass and taking names coming in.
We are on hybrid.
Kicking rear end. Sorry about that,
Kicking
folks.
butts, perhaps. I'm sure they took names.
I know they took names.
Lead jammer status goes to Oh-So Final.
All right, penetration wearing the star for Fiona. We've got ourselves one blocker in the box for Saga Wenches, which means Fiona was able to maybe get 2 points.
Totally got 2 points.
Saga Wenches, though, they got 4.
It's true. That is the first 4 points on the board. Of course, this is the second jam, so it's not to say much. Fiona 16, Saga Wenches 4. 27 and a half-ish minutes in this half. I will sing the fuck out of him. Don't even worry.
All right, Saga Wenches have been declared lead jammer, specifically speaking, Flow Motion. No, she ain't no slow motion Flow Motion. She got that lead jammer status from being quick. Hannibal Decker wearing the star for Fiona, still struggling to make her way out of the pack. Not really even past that first corner, stuck between jammer line and pivot line.
I'm going to shame the... Okay, cool. I'm like... All right, Flo is out. 5 more points on the board for Saga Wenches, bringing them up to 9.
Meanwhile, we've got Hannibal Decker trying to make her way through. Ref is trying to communicate something to her. I think she might have a equipment situation going on.
Speaking of equipment situations, if you drive a green Mini Cooper AZL 9602, you're parked in the fire lane. Get out of the fire lane. Also, if you have a gold/silver SUV A0J9860, you're behind the roll door at the beer garden. Another no-no. Please, I love you, but move your vehicles in case of hazard. Those lanes are clearly marked, and they are not for you.
All right, we've got number 5 on the line. Number 5 on the line. That's right. I repeated myself. Cher Noble, number 5. Socket Wenches. Lil Mean Sunshine, number 5. Fiona. Lead jammer status, Socket Wenches.
Y'all rapping. Sober as shit, and I'm like, they're in the fire lane. And there's a fire.
5 points on the board for the Saga Wenches by number 5, Cher Noble.
That is a lead change. If you were in the beer garden, you are now to drink.
Not just allowed, a little bit obligated. 3 more points on the board for the Saga Wenches. This means 21 points for the team in blue, 16 points for the team in green. I'm looking at Roasted Pony wearing the star for the Wenches. I'm looking at Chronic Tush wearing the star for the green team. That's the Fiona for those taking notes at home. Speaking of those taking notes at home, hey, if you're watching the feed, click on that donate button and donate a couple bucks to the Rat City streaming feed. It brings Derby into your living room. Meanwhile, Roasted Pony is the lead jammer status.
Calling that jam off. Nothing picked up that time by the Fiona. 5 points picked up by the Saga Wenches, bringing them to a 10-point lead, 16-26, 24-16 in this half. Slambo Bride out there for Fiona. Oh, so final for Socket Wenches.
I feel like we've seen both these jammers on the board. Oh, so final lead jammer status, Saga Wenches. And I think maybe she got lead jammer status last time, too.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did.
I'm glad you could confirm because we already know my memory
Nah.
is faulty.
Last game I said if I were a skater and I was a good skater, I would be so final. Only one of those things is true. You figure out which. 5 points on the board for Socket Winches as so final just mauls her way through that pack.
Slanebow Bright finding a bit of an open lane on the outside, but alas, Socket Winches closed in on her and kept her from getting through that pack. Still trying to make her way through. So final, meanwhile, gets 5 more points on the board. That's a 10-point jam for Socket Winches.
There has been a star pass to Sister Slaughter.
I got the star in my hand, but I'm used to being a blocker. So while I am jamming, I'm going to be blocking too.
Nah, it's all good. 3
That's
more
what-
points on the board for Socket Winches. Nothing that time for Fem Fiana. Did you know some of these skaters got their start only a year ago? If you want to start your roller derby journey, the Pinkies program can teach you all about the fundamentals of derby. Check out our social media feeds or email freshmeat@radcityrollergirls.com for more information. And if you're in Tacoma like I am, the Fem Fianas, who are from the Dockyard Derby Dames, also have their own fresh meat program called the Bruisers. And you can check them out on Facebook too.
I do believe they also have been known to be called New Kids on the Dock. So if you want to check them out on Facebook, New Kids on the Dock is where you
Is
want to
it?
be.
Oh,
Yeah,
last I
man.
heard I was like, are you new? And they were like, I'm a bruiser. And I was like, is that a home team? And they were like, it's the new people. And I was like, I announced for Seattle.
They go by many names. The
Sure.
new Kids on the Dock are all full of new bruisers because
Oh.
everyone on the dock
Oh.
can be a bruiser.
I see it.
Yes, yes.
Or I claim to. Much like math, this evades me.
All right, we've got Penetration wearing the star for the visiting team, Fem Fiana. Flow Motion wearing the star for the Socket Winches. We've seen her on that line before. Looks like we've got one blocker in the box for the team in green. Gives it a 3-4 pack advantage in favor of Socket Winches. Slow moving pack. Red Rager keeping Flow Motion from bopping through, giving her teammate Penetration some time to get lead jammer status. Lead jammer, team in green, Penetration. All right, 5 points on the board for the visitors. Fem Fiana up to 21 points.
All right, that is the end of that jam. 4 points picked up on that last pass, bringing them up to a 9-point jam for the Fem Fiana. Nothing picked up that time by the Socket Winches in a team timeout called by the Socket Winches. I would like to say hello to one of my friends who can't make it out tonight, T-Rexy. Hey, friend.
All right, after watching
Wait, where? She's right there. Never mind. I thought she was watching on the feed because she Facebooked me. I love you.
Do you think you have what it takes? Try out for Rat City and be assessed into either our competitive Rat Lab or fundamentals programs. You can find information online at our website or contact Fresh Meat at ratcityrollergirls.com. Speaking of Rat City will be hosting International WIFTDA Division I playoffs this September. We're super excited to be bringing world-class roller derby to Seattle. We already have world-class roller derby in Seattle, but this is even more world-class roller derby. Stay on our social media for more information as we reveal our venue and what leagues will be visiting our city.
Yeah, that was just announced like yesterday or something that Rat City has participated in multiple D1 playoffs and went to champs this last year. If y'all tuned in, if you didn't, you can see the excitement here in town. Details pending. Details not pending. Polly Pocket Knife out for the Fem Fiana. Socket Winches for Sharon Noble. Oh, sorry, Sharon Noble for the Socket Winches. It's reciprocal. Everything's fine. Ooh, Polly pocket knife. Trying.
Clobbering
Cher's
me.
going to find her way on the outside, takes lead jammer status.
All right, Sakawinch's coach imploring Chernobyl to call that off, and just lickety split called it off in time. Polly Pocket Knife not able to get any points on the board. 1 point for Sakawinch's, 40 points for the team in blue, 25 for the team in green. Red Rager wearing the star for Femfiana. First time we've seen her wearing the star tonight. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's Roasted Pony wearing the star for Sakawinch's.
It's going to be a Roasted Pony taking lead jammer status for the Sakawinch's. I don't know if she knows she's there. Calling that jam off, picking up a 1 point for the Femfiana, 26-40. About 20 minutes left in this half. Osis does not know what to do with his hands. Osis figured out what to do with his hands. There is no pack there, sir. You've lost your edge.
Oh, so final wearing the star for Sakawinch's. Slain Bo Bright wearing the star once again for Femfiana. Oh, so final lead jammer for the team in blue.
And then watch. She doesn't have time for you to be there is the thing. And I admire her. She's got somewhere to be. I feel like she is me were I in a mall, but I'm never in a mall. Ah, and then like the parting of the Red Sea.
Did
the parting of the green pack.
Did they even know she was there?
She's like, move. And they're like, sorry. I'm so sorry about this.
Power walker coming through. Better make way.
I didn't mean to be a corporeal being in your way, miss.
All right, we have got Flow Motion number 11 for the Sakawinch's. Penetration number 21 for Femfiana. Femfiana have one in the penalty box, which means it's one less body to pass for Flow Motion. But when you've got to pass people like Sister Slaughter, oh, that's just a little bit difficult.
Wipe.
Looks like penetration's called on a cutting call, so she is going to be heading to the box, which means lead jammer status is open for Flow Motion if she can make her way out. That remains to be seen.
Assuming she legally acquires it, it's up to her. What? Legally acquires it. Lead jammer status goes to Flow Motion from Sakawinch's.
All right, able to able to ride that inside line with much effort on her part. Flow Motion, 5 points on the board for Sakawinch's.
Oh, hey, Mo was trying to chase her out, didn't quite make it. Penny didn't quite make it to the back of the pack. Called off a 0-0 pass, but a 5-point jam for the Sakawinch's, ever widening the score.
All right, Polly Pocket Knife wearing the star for the team in green, but that has nothing to do with Chernobyl wearing the star for the team in blue. Chernobyl taking that inside window that was wide open. Lead jammer status for the team in blue.
Polly Pocketknife trying her darndest to get past this wall of socket winches. It'll happen. I have faith.
Well, one of those blockers got called off on a penalty, which makes her job that much easier, but not that much easier.
Only so much easier.
All right, socket winches have put 5 points on the board so far. Decides to call it off, but she also got one more point on that board, so that's a 6-point jam for the socket winches, bringing them to 60 points. Femfiana sitting at 26. We've got a little bit more than 15 minutes in this first half. It is still anybody's game.
Check that off on your announcer bingo or drink now.
All right, I'm looking at Hannibal Decker on the line for Femfiana, and I think that that's the first time I've seen her wearing the star of this game. Roasted Pony, on the other hand, yep, we've seen her wearing that star for the socket winches today. Alrighty, Roasted Pony has gotten lead jammer status.
Yeah, it's up over 300.
4 points on the board. Roasted Pony decides it is time to call it off. Keeping Femfiana to 0 points. It is 64. Socket winches 26. Femfiana.
He was like,
Let them know that we're over by the beer.
I tried almost.
Alrighty, we have got a 3-4 pack advantage in favor for the socket wenches. Femfiana with one blocker in the box. That doesn't matter to Penetration. Penetration don't need no help. Penetration gets lead jammer status all by herself. Wide open window on that inside line means 5 points on the board for the Femfiana, bringing them up to 31 points.
That's where we're at if they want to. Take the rounds every now and then, but chattel.
I saw him going through, but I was like, don't just loiter by the office.
All right, push to the outside at corner 3. Penetration decides it is time to call it off for another 4 points on the board. 9-point jam for Femfiana, bringing them to 35. 2 points put on the board by the socket wenches to 66.
So our 50-50 raffle is up over $300 right now. You can find those gentlemen currently nearest the beer garden, but they will be making their rounds. We'll be doing that drawing at halftime of this game. So gamble away.
Chronic Tush wearing the star for Femfiana. I want to say this is the first time we've seen her jamming this evening. Flow Motion wearing the star for socket wenches, and we know we've seen her play before. Looks like Chronic Tush has been declared lead jammer status. Still got to get around Betsy Retsky.
When you think you're getting called off because you probably know you did something, but you wrong. That jam called. 2 more points on the board for Femfiana. Also 2 points. Socket winches. Chad, is that you?
Do we have Thunderstruck in the beer garden?
He's so quiet, I have to put my beer ears on. There you go. Thunderstruck's by the beer garden. He'll give you a high five, but you have to buy a raffle ticket. It'll also cost you $1 and a high five at this point. Stakes are high. But you could win back half of that high five, as well as half of your $1.
And a half of everybody else's $1 too. All right, lead jammer status for Chernobyl. Socket wenches. Alienator wearing the star for Femfiana. I believe this is the first time I've seen her jamming this evening. Still trying to make way through on her initial pass. All right, that is 10 points so far this jam for the Saga Winches and Cher Noble. That was a successful star pass by the Femphiana, but Saga Winches were very much aware of that, so they decide to call that jam off before the team in green were able to score any points. Looks like Sir Osis has got a little situation he'd like to discuss with the refs.
Let's speculate wildly.
I think that maybe he's got problems with the color of people's shoelaces. Now, for people who aren't in the know, Wales is the World International Men's Derby Championship situation, and that is an expensive trip for the team. So help to fundraise with that 50-50 raffle. Speaking of playoff type situations, remember to save the date. International WIFTDA Division I playoffs are coming to Seattle September 29th. We will be releasing more information soon to make sure you... And so you need to make sure you stay on top of our social media pages.
To clarify, Wales is where the Men's Roller Derby Association Championships, which are international, will be held, which is wholly different from the Men's Roller Derby World Cup. People kept getting screwed up on that. I didn't, because I know words, but they did. So, Puget Sound Outcast is currently ranked internationally as number 5, I'm going to say, in the solar system. So they will be there in Wales. They are trying to fundraise. And so half of the pot will go to you, half the pot will go to Puget Sound. Everybody wins that way, except for those of you who didn't win the half of the pot. Never mind. Is it $150 right now? Awesome.
$159 is more than I got in my pocket. And if you're wondering what this break in the action was for, it's because former referee Sir Osis, now Coach Osis,
Chad.
he wanted the refs to call a failure to reform penalty on the pack for the blue team. The ref said the blue team was trying to reform a pack. So call was overturned. He no longer gets no call stands, and he no longer gets his official review for this half.
Sir Osis lost his dot. That's the short version of the long story.
Too long to read.
Roasted Pony lead jammer for Saga Winches.
Five points on the board for Saga Winches and Roasted Pony, bringing them up to 87 points.
Roasted Pony picking up 5 points right now. A 10-point jam for the Saga Winches. The star has been passed to Sister Slaughter. But she doesn't quite make it to the back of the pack, even though I tried to cheer her on with my gurs. I can only do so much.
I love Sister Slaughter. I love how you say her name.
She's very nice, yeah. Well, I was challenged on Facebook by someone. That's cool.
I don't think it was me.
No, he wasn't. He not here. He said I wouldn't say it right. I'm like, you know what? My voice is much higher, so.
All right, Oso final is Oso lead. As per the usual situation.
So how's she do? I wonder if she will knock everyone down going through the pack.
It's within the realm of possibility unless she finds an open inside line, in which case she don't need to knock anybody down. I can put 5 points on the board without touching no one.
Everybody wants to go over there. That's fine, too. Everything's fine.
Saga Winches have broken that century mark, 101 points, and I feel like I saw a cut call on Oso Final. And that was a good call, ref, because I saw that too.
Well,
Penetration is now in the position for a power jam.
oh, it's happening.
5 points for Femfiana. Alrighty, Soccer Wenches are currently just bleeding team members to the penalty box, which means Penetration has that much easier of a time. I don't even know if that's grammatically correct, but it is so easy that it's breaking rules of grammar. 5 points on the board for Femfiana.
I'm not here to judge you out loud.
Alrighty, Penetration getting past her teammates there in the apex between corners 3 and 4. Chairman Mouse trying to do her best as a singular blocker to keep Penetration from scoring that 4 points. Chairman Mouse unable to do it all on her own. Rightfully so. 14 points so far for the Femfiana on the board. And I'm thinking it might be another 4 points for an 18-point jam so far.
An 18-13 jam in favor of Femfiana, but the score is currently in favor of Soccer Wenches, 55-109. Just under 7 minutes left in this half, which means just under 7 minutes to get some 50-50 raffle tickets. No pressure, but also buy them.
All right, Slainbow Bright, lead jammer for Femfiana. This just might be the momentum shift that they need going into that second, ending this first half. All right, Femfiana were able to put 4 points on this board, bringing them to 59. They were able to hold the Soccer Wenches to 0, which is a win in itself.
Very nice. Have a sinking feeling your one-sided mattress isn't giving you enough support? Bedrooms and More can help. Every mattress they sell is two-sided and flippable, made from quality materials. They last longer and provide support over time than their can't-flip counterparts. Bedrooms and More is located in Wallingford on the corner of 45th Street and Latona. Come to their free mattress buying class if that's your thing. Every Saturday morning at 9:30 in the morning.
All right, Polly Pocket Knife, lead jammer status, Femfiana, Sharon Noble, hot on her tail. We've got ourselves one blocker for the Femfiana in the penalty box, which is going to make it that much easier for Sharon Noble to get through. Looks like Polly Pocket Knife decides to call it off. Polly Pocket Knife unable to put any points on the board, but Soccer Wenches were able to eke 2 out. Wondering how they got 2? Well, easy peasy, I can tell you right now. The jammer passed one set of hips. There was another set of dips sitting in the box. That means it is 2 points.
We used to call those ghost points, but nobody understood how to do lineup tracking, so we stopped doing that. Good work, no one.
I loved it when we called them ghost points. All right, Roasted Pony trying to become lead jammer status for the Soccer Wenches. Very successful. Chronic Tush also jamming this jam for the Femfiana.
Three more points on the board for Soccer, which is bringing it up to 114. Femfiana still sitting at 59. 4:20 on the clock.
Alrighty, we've got Oso Final, and we've got Lil Mean Sunshine. Oso Final is lead jammer for the Soccer Wenches.
Oh, so final, busting her way through. You gonna try it? That cool story, ma'am. She says before she calls it off. I hope she really said that. It'd be a bit rude, but you know me. This is last call for the 50-50 raffle. See Thunderstruck and Kieran right there. Those are the ones with the tickets and the wavy arms. This is your last chance to get in. Half of it goes to you. Half of it goes to Seattle Men's Roller Derby, which is the Puget Sound Outcast Derby, who will be attending the Men's Roller Derby Association Championships in Wales, which, if you went to public school or whatever, that's in the UK.
Wherever it is, it's far.
Stupid. It's like I have to take a plane there.
Maybe even a couple planes.
Probably. I take the cheap flights.
Exactly. But we're not talking about planes anymore. We're talking about flow motion. We're talking about flow motion and the Saga Wenches. That's right, actually. We are talking about planes because slow motion is flying.
Still flying, Statter. Does that not make her a plane? Hard to say. 5 more points on the board for Saga Wenches.
All right, we've got 5 more points on the board for flow motion. This is a 10-point jam for the Saga Wenches.
There are 3 Saga Wenches in the box currently.
It's got to make it a smidge easier for Polly Pocketknife to get through that. But unfortunately, Polly Pocketknife wasn't able to get any points on the board. It looks like another 4 points for the Saga Wenches for a 14-point jam, bringing them to 132 points. We have got Red Rager wearing the star for the Feb Fiana. I've been watching this skater since she was a Kitsap Derby brat, and I'll tell you what, these are the fresh legs in the jammer position we need if we are the Fiana.
Oh, Miss Rexy, perhaps off with you. You have 30 seconds in between the jam to get your body in between 2 lines.
It's too short. Not enough time.
Oh, that's fair.
Lead jammer status, Red Rager.
I've never been on time in my life. I've actually been the person that's like, go back to your bench. You're not to be here. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm not really shaming her. I just love her. I also love Sharonable. Muffing her way through the pack. Not quite capable to do it. And Femfiana's got a good defense up front. Cher does get through there. 4 more points on the board for Saga Wenches, matched by Red Ragers. 4 points for Femfiana.
Currently looks to be a foot race by the jammers to the back of the pack. That penalty box is slowly emptying out and then refilling with all the blockers from both teams. Red Rager finds a very wide open window. 4 points on the board for the team in green.
Yell, 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 says Red Rager as she comes into the back, picking up 5 more points.
Sunshiner trying to block her, but Red Rager was all about recognizing that. She counter-blocked, got through. 4 more points on the board. That was a 12-point jam. This is the momentum change Femfiana needed going into this half. We're looking at 25 penalties for Saga Wenches versus 14 penalties for the Femfiana. Definitely a situation that Saga Wenches might want to take a talking to, I guess, maybe over halftime.
Give a thought to, perhaps a prayer.
Perhaps, because we are looking at 1 player with 5 penalties, another player with 4. This can actually be an issue in the second half of the game. Speaking of the second half of the game, we're looking at another half coming in about 10 minutes. So hit the beer garden and or snack bar while you can, and we will tune in to Chad Thunderstruck in a few seconds to find out who's the winner of the 50-50 raffle.
Have to work me off here, otherwise I got. Otherwise it'd be like, I'm gonna borrow the microphone from you.
All right, that rolling whistle means, hey, we're about to get started again. Looks like we've got 15 penalties for Femfiana, 24 penalties for Saga Wenches. We've got Red Rager wearing the star for the Femfiana. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's Roasted Pony wearing the star for Saga Wenches. Everybody's got blockers in the box. All the blockers are in the box. Red Rager, lead jammer for Femfiana. Exactly the momentum shift this team in green wants going into the second half. Speaking of which, we have got a power jam for Red Rager. Roasted Pony was sent to the penalty box on a call I didn't quite catch, so I'm not going to tell you. But I'll tell you right now, we've got 5 points on the board for Femfiana thanks to Red Rager. Red Rager hitting that line of blue so hard that they actually went to their knees. And now she's pushing them, past corner 3 into the apex of corner 3 and 4. Lil Mean Sunshine trying to do her best to give some assistance to Red Rager. But sometimes one blocker can only do so much against 4 other blockers. Red gets 5 more points on the board. This was a 10-point jam for the Femfiana, bringing them to 81 points, holding Saga Wenches to 0 points. That's right, the team in blue unable to score any points this first jam in the second half. Saga Wenches jammer still starting in the penalty box, which means this is a power start for Slainbow Bright.
It's a tough pack to get through. Looks like we came into the second half hard hitting. Slainbow Bright thinking about it. What happened? No! What's up, Roasted Pony was like, I'll see you guys later. The lead jammer status goes to Socket Winches. Osis is concerned.
It looked like Roasted Pony was tiptoeing through the tulips in that last initial pass. She got that lead jammer status on her tippy toes.
But in this situation, the tulips were humans in roller skates.
Exactly.
For those of you looking.
Hey, sometimes tulips have green, like green leaves, right? Right? All right, Slainbow Bright. Femfiana. Trying to put some points on the board.
Well, you know, that arm goes up. You got to consider letting her go or going to the box, and go to the box it is. Sometimes you've gone a little too far and you can't come back, and that's all right. Roasted Pony so far has picked up 4 points. Now, 9 points this jam.
Penetration doing some excellent blocking work, trying to make Roasted Pony's life a little bit more difficult. 3 points on the board for Socket Wenches.
Penetration saying stuff to us, and I'm just like, thumbs up, lady. Which means penetration is on the line against who? Oh, so final. What will happen? Will they turn out to be best friends? Will they exchange halves of necklaces? Will Oso Final get lead jammer status?
I would say yes to one of those things, but I don't think they're close enough to exchange phone numbers or friendship bracelets.
That's messed up. We should be freer with our friendship bracelets. Did Girl Scouts teach us nothing? 5 points on the board for Oso Final. Penetration still trying to make her way through. Number 363 from Saga Win, just having a seat in the box, maybe making it a little bit easier for her.
Maybe, we'll see.
Maybe.
Well, I'll tell you right
Praxis
now,
out
Allie
there.
Like doesn't want to make it easy for penetration. That's for darn
Well,
sure.
there's also Devil inside, who clearly possessed by a demon. That's hard to go up against.
5 points on the board for Oso Final.
Does she know? I don't know.
Alrighty, penetration riding that outside line, keeping herself very much aware of where she is on the track. 4 points on the board for the Saga Wenches, but Penny was able to put 3 points on the board for Femfiana.
Oh, yes. I can't read Osis's face on this one, but his scarf says everything's cool.
Wait, his scarf is giving me very mixed messages.
Although it's a bit odd for a coach for one team to wear the scarf for another team, not saying things, just saying things. Red Ranger out there for Femfiana. Socket Winches got flow motion. It's going to be Red Ranger taking the lead jammer status. And it's now a power jam for the Fiana.
If anybody knows how to take advantage of a power jam situation, I'd say it is Red Rager. She has been doing the derbs for most of her life. She was a junior derby. Age out her, and she knows how to put 5 points on the board for the Femfiana.
Is it like this? Is it like this? Oh, don't make me wrong. It's like that! Yay! 10 points so far this jam for the Fiana. Nothing picked up yet for Saga Winches. Well, 0 point jam for the Saga, which is a 15-point jam for the Femfiana.
Femfiana breaking that century
Yes.
mark, bringing them to 103.
Osis gave them 3 claps for this accomplishment, 1 per 5 points.
We've broken his code.
Well, you can't give them too much or it'll go to their heads. Am I right, millennials?
Polly Pocket Knife wearing the star for the team in green. Sharon Noble also wearing the star for the team in blue. We have got ourselves 2 Saga Wenches in the box, which means it is a 2-wall of blue in back, giving Polly Pocket Knife a bit of a heartache. Sharon Noble, on the other hand, she's getting through that 4-pack of green blockers for lead jammer status.
Someone's friend looked right at me when I said that and started laughing. I was like,
All right, Femfiana was able to put 2 points on the board, holding Saga Wenches to 0. 105 points for the team in green, 166 for the team in blue. I am guessing we have got some sort of official review situation.
It is. Osis is called for an official review. My over-under for Osis coming to the middle in this bout will be 5. Right now we're on 4. Walking.
All right, well, you might want to sit down for this one. Bedrooms and More is now offering seating. The mattress and bedding specialty store carries brands such as Stressless, Fjords, and American Leather. Whether you're looking for a luxury recliner or a sleeper sofa or an oversized, supremely comfy couch, Bedrooms and More is what you're looking for. Bedrooms and More, located in Wallingford on the corner of 45th and Latona. Join them for their free mattress buying class every Saturday at 9:30. Coffee and fruit provided. Are you in the mood for giving a gift? You want to give the gift for Derby? Sign yourself or a loved one up for our new Pinkies program. Starting now, you could launch your Derby journey with Rat City. Contact Fresh Meat at radcityrollergirls.com for more information.
Thanks to our new sponsors, Smith Brothers Farms, for their donation of cold brew coffee, the product of two family-owned local companies, perfectly blending organic fair trade coffee with farm fresh organic Smith Brothers Farm milk.
I'll tell you what, I love me some blue milk from Smith Brothers. That's right. Their container is blue, and I call them the Blue, and they're awesome. Smith Brothers is delicious. I love Smith Brothers. I like their eggs, too.
I'm not from here, so I'm just like, cool.
I'm from here. I know all about the Smith Brothers. They got good stuff.
I've sussed out your cheese places and your beer. Otherwise, I'm just like lost.
Whatever. Milk and cheese is good, too.
And beer.
Well, yeah, beer's good, too.
If you like beer as much as I do, that beer garden's still happening.
Beer garden is
Saying.
selling beer till the end of the bout.
Seems to have thinned out a bit in the middle. You could fill it in with your person. No pressure, just do it. I will make it up if you don't tell me the answer. And I'll decide.
Stepped out of bounds.
Come on, now let's just wait.
I don't think.
Are they losing?
Yeah, they lost it.
A long story short, Osis lost that official review.
He wanted a cut call. The cut never happened. There's this thing, it's called new rules, and if they cede a relative position by stepping back out of the track, they are no longer cutting. So that's how that works. Now that we've explained everything, 5 points are on the board by Roasted Pony for the Saka Wenches, but lo and behold, Hannibal Decker, one of the newer jammers for Femfiana this bout, is racing to try to put on some points for the board, but it doesn't look like she's got any points for Femfiana. Another 4 points on the board for Saka Wenches, 9 point total for this jam.
Sister Slaughter's super into this. Yeah, get it. Get it. I hope the camera zooms on that.
We have
You
got
getting it? Get it.
We've got Red Rager on the line wearing the jammer cap for Femfiana. We've got two Femfiana in the box, so it's going to make her life a little bit more difficult. Not as much defense, certainly not as much offense, helping her get through the Saka Wenches, which means also final. Saka Wenches has been declared lead jammer. 5 points on the board for the team in blue. Oso final skating through like she just had nothing better to do.
You trying to rhyme on purpose? This is Statter's rapping debut tonight. You've rhymed twice, miss. Excuse yourself. 0 to 5 jam in favor of Saka Wenches right now. Femfiana 105. Saka Wenches 180. 20 and a half-ish minutes left in the game.
We've got ourselves some fresh legs for the team in green. Sister Slaughter wearing the star. Jamming for the Femfiana.
What's her name?
Sister Slaughter.
All right, I was just making sure we were talking about the same lady. It's going to be lead jammer status gotten by Flow Motion.
I'll tell you what, Flow Motion, she ain't slow motion. Not at all. She's fast motion.
It's true.
It's like she's flowing.
Well, it's also to take a gander at that penalty box.
Oh my God, what an epic apex jump for the corner four. Sister Slaughter, 4 points on the board for Femfiana, matching the 4 points on the board that Saka Wenches were able to put up. But that was an amazing little jump there. This pack is moving so fast that we've got a breeze up here on the dais. 4 points on the board for Flow Motion. Sister Slaughter deciding it's time to do some jammer on jammer blocking action.
That's how you make friends.
That's why Sister Slaughter's got all the best friends.
Yeah. Also, she's really nice. Also, she's on a power jam. She made too good of friends with Flow Motion.
She gave her a friendship bracelet.
And this is why we all watch Derby, because it's so fast-paced and constantly moving and not just standing between turn 1 and 2.
Able to find an inside open window. 5 points on the board for Sister Slaughter and Femfiana. This is a 9-point jam for Femfiana versus an 8-point jam for Socket Winches. Let's see if Sister Slaughter can change those numbers up. Where is she?
Oh. Team timeout is being called by the Fiana.
All right, so if you want to sponsor the Rat City Roller Girls, we'd love to hear from you. Just email sponsorship at ratcityrollergirls.com for more information. And remember, Rat City Roller Girls is completely volunteer run. If your business would like to help out, you can contact us and find out what sponsorship package would work. Remember, if you are watching this program and you want to know how to play Derby, Rat City offers a program called The Pinkies. It's designed to teach you how to skate and get you Derby ready so you can try out for the home teams. Check out our social media feeds or email freshmeat at ratcityrollergirls.com for more information.
Speaking on our feed, I would like to congratulate Mod Quad, who runs our feed and does all this amazing stuff, for getting engaged this weekend. Taking her off the books, and now people at home are weeping right now. But congratulations, miss. I love you.
Without the feed, you at home would not be able to watch this awesome Derby action.
Yeah, that's how that works.
So we love Mod Quad, and it sounds like somebody else loves her even more than we do.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not here to measure my love with rings and what have you.
Alrighty, Roasted Pony wearing the star for the Socket Winches. It looks like Sister Slaughter was sent to the box in the middle of that. Or at the end of that jam. So Sister Slaughter starting the box for the Femfiana. And Roasted Pony has been declared lead jammer for those Socket Winches. Roasted Pony puts 5 points on the board. On the verge of breaking the double century mark, Roasted Pony decides that it's time to call it off because it looked like Femfiana's jammer had been released from the box and was thinking about scoring points herself. Socket Winches said, yeah, we don't need you to score any points, so we're going to call this one off.
Sharon Noble against Penetration.
Red Rager trying to keep Sharon Noble from getting lead jammer status, but Sharon Noble was able to juke around that final last blocker. Lead jammer, Socket Winches, Sharon Noble. Penetration did break that pack and was on the verge of scoring some points, but Socket Winches jammer was very much aware of the opposing jammer's position. 1 point on the board for Socket Winches before she called it off because, as I said, Penetration was thinking about scoring some points. That is the benefit of being lead jammer. You can call it off before the opposing team passes those hips. Polly Pocket Knife wearing the star for Femfiana. Oh So Final, a familiar face wearing the star for the Socket Wenches. It's a foot race to the front of that pack, but Oh So Final wins that foot race. Lead jammer status, Socket Wenches, Oh So Final. Just out of corner 2, Polly Pocket Knife decides, yeah, I can break that pack. That's right. Watch me break that pack. Four points on the board for Socket Wenches, bringing them past the double century mark. 203 Socket Wenches. Femfiana 117. All right, Penetration deciding it has got an open line on the inside. It might be the easiest route for her to take. She is bopping her way to the front of the pack, but alas, the pack has moved, and it looks like Roasted Pony's been declared lead jammer. All right, Femfiana put 4 points on the board this jam to 3 points for the Socket Wenches. 121 Femfiana, 206 the team in blue. We have got ourselves Flow Motion wearing the star for the Socket Wenches. And Slain Bow Bright wearing the star for Femfiana. All right, Flow Motion for Socket Wenches has been declared lead jammer status. 1 foot around that corner. Slainbow Bright has got fire coming off her wheels. She's going so fast trying to get some points on the board. Looks like neither team was able to get any points on the board, which is unfortunate for everybody, but that was some darn good derby skating on Fiana's part. Red Rager wearing the star for the team in green. And we've got an invisible jammer. No, we've got a jammer in the box for the team in blue.
This is Osis's 5th trip to the center. Like, oh, you brought some from home?
All right, so hey, if you've got a Derby Dream Team, go to the Rat City Facebook page on your cell phone now and enter our new social media contest. All you have to do is pick 4 skaters to be on your Dream Team, and you could win a XXX prize pack, including tickets to see XXX Return of Xander Cage. And speaking of which, it is the newest contest on the Facebook page. Get that Dream Team in, and you will win that prize package for the Vin Diesel, Ruby Rose, Xander Cage movie. I don't even know who some of these people are, but apparently people care, and you probably care more than I do. So go enter the contest and get free stuff.
So 1, it's last call at the beer garden. Get beer. Oh my God, they're gonna run out of beer. Sweet mother of Christ, get it. But also, Blue is trying to challenge the skating out of bounds call for their skater. But she had left the track prior to the whistle, and so it stands. Nobody gets to keep their dots anymore.
All of the coaches were wrong about their reviews. All right, Red Rager wearing the star for Femfiana, and also lead jammer status for Femfiana. That pack hasn't even moved past the pivot line, and here Red Rager is already scoring points. 5 points on the board for the team in green.
Oh, Red Ranger doing a little spinorama, keeping herself on her feet. 5 more points on the board. Now a 10-point jam for the Femme Fiana.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Tapping her hips, noticing the other jam. Decided to do some jammer on jammer, blocking that fourth whistle hadn't blown. Totally legal.
Well, also, I mean, even if it had, really, what does it do? It doesn't.
Kind of an
Does it
awesome
change the
move.
game? No, it just is kind of annoying.
It was awesome.
No, it
matter
was
what.
great. And by annoying, I mean like high five because I'm pretty annoying.
By the way, here's my hip. Let me introduce
Nah,
myself.
she's like tap tap Be cool. Sharon Noble out there for socket winches.
Hannibal Decker wearing the star for Femme Fiana.
Now I gotta stay here and drink a fucking beer.
Twist your arm.
I just want to go home.
Oh my God, Hannibal Decker, fresh legs as a jammer, lead jammer status for Femme Fiana. This is exactly what they needed. I don't know how many times Hannibal Decker's been jamming this particular game, but not as many as the regulars, so we know her legs were fresh.
I know, I'm like, did you make this for me? Yeah, right.
All right, Hannibal Decker bopped to the inside, forced to recycle all the way back to corner 3, but that didn't seem to bother her.
She's not bothered. She's been calling it for a while, and finally it does in fact get called.
She was desperate to make that call off, and it took a few minutes. No, it didn't take a few minutes. Took a few seconds.
Several hours later,
We just stood here and watched her tap her hips while we
years
did
after
nothing.
her death. Nah,
All right, that was a 5-point jam for the Femme Fiana, holding Saga Wenches at 0 points. That was a winning jam for the team in green. We've got Penetration wearing the star for the Femme Fiana. And it looks like we've got Saga Wenches having a jammer start in the box. That was a power start for Penetration for those of you keeping note at home. Neither jammer having any kind of easy pass through that pack. Blockers have made a full rotation around the track. Nobody has been declared lead jammer as of yet. We've got a blocker for the Fiana being sent to the penalty box. We've got a blocker from the Saga Wedges being sent to the penalty box. Sharon Noble finally able to be declared lead jammer almost a minute into this jam. 4 points on the board for the team in blue.
70 years after she left the pack. Am I right? You want some rum out of a can? This is official.
All right, this official timeout brought to you by LeCurio.com. Live your own adventure. LeCurio creates immersive experiences for you and your family. Oh, I don't know how to read. It creates immersive experiences for you and your friends and family. Or your coworkers. Visit LeCurio.com to book your adventure today.
Do you like to be locked up and solve puzzles? Go here. Oh, I could have a panic attack. Well, I feel like it may just.
All right, we have got we've got Oso Final and Red
Yes.
Ranger wearing the stars for the teams in question. Red Ranger has been declared lead jammer for the Femme Fiana.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so final. Just leaving bodies in her wake is going to take a forearm and ask a question, but also leave the track in a timely manner as so to not get an insubordination. Am I right?
You are right. It's in the rules and everything.
Yeah.
All right, we've got 5 points on the board for Red Rager and another 5 points, meaning 10 points for this jam for the Femme Fianna.
Okay, good. Coach Osis left his bench for a full minute. Not making judgment here. But where did he go?
All right, 5 more points on the board for Femme Fianna, bringing them to 151. Saka Wench is sitting at 210. We've got a little bit more than 7 minutes left in this second half. All right, that was a 17-point jam for the Femme Fianna, thanks to Red Rager. 153 to 210. I don't know if you'd believe it, but would you believe that some of these skaters got their start only a year ago?
I would.
If you want to start your Derby journey, the Pinkies program can teach you all about the fundamentals of Derby. Check our social media feeds or email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls for more information.
It is absolutely amazing what a roller skating program can do in a year. I know I would sounded really sarcastic, but I've seen people go from like 0 to 10 in a few months. So if you have interest, check them out. Lead jammer status right now to Roasted Pony. Hot on her heels, Slambo Bryce, as she calls it off from within the pack, has not passed anyone's hips legally. A 0-0 jam.
Ref solidarity.
Yeah. Slash and Izzy, you got this. Lead jammer status goes to Sharon Noble from Socket Winches. I won some party still angry. I
knew how that story was going to end.
I took fucking Bacardi, but you know goddamn well it did not try to win. The referees would like to excuse everyone from the track. Oh, just one person, my bad. They were just very adamant. Chernobyl is going to be recycled back.
Meanwhile, one set of hips to pass for penetration has turned into 2 sets of hips, and 3 and 4, and that is the beauty of a waterfall. Or rather, a pain of a waterfall.
Depends on where you are. Where I'm sitting, it's beauty. Where they're sitting, perhaps painful.
All right, another 5 points on the board for the team in blue, bringing them 15 points this jam, thanks to Cher Noble. That penalty box is empty, though, so that's got to be lovely. Which means 4 blockers to pass for each jammer. What am I saying? That's not lovely. That makes life more miserable. But that doesn't matter. Cher Noble still got 5 points on the board.
Some people are up for a challenge. Some people aren't me.
There's a reason why I'm behind the mic instead of behind 4 blockers. All right, Cher Noble's been sent off the track with a cutting call, which means penetration's got a power jam. Jam has ended, so that means Femme Fianna is going to have a power start for the next jam.
This song is about butts, in case you were curious. If you shake them similar to a Polaroid, it's advisable. Osis is finally excited. Why? Because
Sister Slaughter is lead jammer.
Sister, sister, sister. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. 5 points on the board thanks to Sister Slaughter. You paid for a whole seat, but you only need the edge.
Fuck yeah.
You want mustard truck? I'll show you mustard truck.
Sister Slaughter calls it off.
8-point jam for the team in green, holding the Saga Wenches to 0 points this jam. Red Rager wearing the star for the team in green.
Right? Shit, is this? Oh, like, so ready to go home.
All right, we've got Flow Motion, number 11, Saga Wenches up against Red Rager, number 17 for Femfiana, lead jammer status for Saga Wenches and Flow Motion. All right, once again, this is a ref solidarity bout or jam, 0-0 points on the board. We're sitting at 231 to 161. We've got a little bit more than 1 minute left in this game.
Good. I don't even want the beer that I bought. Touch my cat. Mom bought me a blanket and it's really soft. Chronic tush out there for Femfiana. Oh, so final for Saga Witches. Who's got it? Oh, so final.
Oh, look, there was a window open on the inside corner. I will finally decide to be the lead jammer, said
Where
Oh So
there's
Final.
where there's not a window, oh so final will create a door.
True that. But she didn't need no door. There was an open window.
I'm
All
just
right.
saying, just in case it comes up in for future use.
No, she's like the Kool-Aid man. She just goes right through that wall.
Oh
That's it.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That one that is busting through a wall and it says, "Not all men." Fucking amazing. Haven't you? Haven't. I haven't. Waiting. Oh, so final, pick it up. 5 more points. 9-point jam for this lady. She's gonna call it off.
All right, it looks like Oh So Final was taking a look at that clock and decided, oh, it is so finally time to call it off. Period clock had ended, jam clock was still running, but she called it off, and it is over. 165 for the team in green, 245 for the team in blue. That is our unofficial score, but I'm willing to bet that the Saga Wenches probably won.
It's a good guess.
Maybe somebody forgot to carry the one.
Why don't we wait for science to come back on this one?
I have toes.
Ma'am.
I have toes. They can count in case we need.
All right, now it's the final score. You were right. It's 165 Femfiana, 245 Saga Witches. Thanks so much to Dockyard Derby Dames for coming all the way up from Tacoma.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dockyard Derby Dames. This was a fantastic bout. Love to see the interleague play.
Also, of course, thank you to our host of Socket Winches. If you round around the track right now, free high fives from these champions as well.
And thank you all for joining us here at the Rat's Nest today. This is a fantastic Derby experience. I'm glad you guys chose to spend your Saturday night with us. I am Matt Satter on the mic, signing off.
I'm Julia Sleazer, and I'll be here for one more beer.